知ってるよ。クスンクスンへこんでさ弱な人からいいんでない。朝で来るまで一緒コースもっと泣いたってなんとだって受け止めてあげる。もう我慢しないでいっぱい出してね。お願い君が欲しいの。慰めさせてシェイクシェイク愛の才能で泣いてくれなきゃ晴れてしまう濡れてないねいいでしょ。なめとって飲み干したいガッガッガッガッガッ。お願い君が欲しいの。頼り散らしてシックラブなんて最高ね。負けてくれなきゃ君の痛い感じてたいねいいでしょ。吸い取って救いたいガッガッガッガッガッ。ねえ私知ってるよ。君は一人悔しがってんの知ってるよ。ズキュンズキュンってかまるじゃん。君を押すことをやめない。ねえ私知ってるよ。君はできる子知ってるよ。辛い時は弱いくらいでちょうどいい。私それでも好きだよ。お願い君が欲しいの。名前を呼んでよいつだって愛惨状。君は一人だだから歌う一人じゃないのいいでしょ。そのフェイクはおしまいなんだガッガッガッガッ。君がやめる時も私そばにいるわ。いつも見守っているわ。そうよ怖くないのよ。お願い君が欲しいの。慰めさせてシェイクシェイク愛の才能で泣いてくれなきゃ晴れてしまう濡れてないねいいでしょ。なめとって飲み干したいんだったったってば。お願い君が欲しいの。頼り散らしてシックラブなんて最高ね。負けてくれなきゃ君の痛い感じてたい覗いてたい吸い取って救いたいんだったったってば。ねえ私知ってるよ。君が一人涙知ってるの知ってるよ。クスクスへこんでさ弱な人からいいんだない。朝が来るまで一緒コースもっと泣いたってなんとだって受け止めてあげる。もう我慢しないで出してってってってか。
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the Nitro stream. My name is NitroBird. You are listening currently to the Nitro stream. Anyway, hey, let's turn on some machine love while we turn on to the other screen. Yes. Hi. Hello, we are playing Of the Devil today. So, hopefully, I said hopefully, oh, whoops, wait, there we go, you're on your turn, you're ready for your word. Yeah! Alright, we are here! Hello, ladies and gents, boys and girls, my name is NitroBird. Hi. Anywho, yeah, we're gonna play Of the Devil today. It's going to be amazing. Do I should turn that off. Turn that, yeah, probably turn that off. I don't have the, yeah, no. Alright. Oh god, that was gross. We're ready, alright, cool, attack! Yeah, there we go. Can I drag this over here? No. Okay. Oh well. Yes! We're here! We are ready! We are about to play Of the Devil! Can I just like turn that there? Okay, cool. Epic. Now I can hear myself. Jesus. Will we wake up for a spell or live in parallel and something so do. King that chorus out of tune. Of the devil. Oh, I have to go to my game screen. Select my cam. Completely set that over there. And then not that. Minimize that. And we're going to open this. Hold. Alright, damn! Frick! Well, you missed part of it. There we go. Resolution. Hold. 16:9. Dear freaking Lord. There we go. That's not what I was looking for. What is this? Okay, what is this? Well, I had everything absolutely ready. I can probably work with this. I think. No, I cannot. Okay, cool. So, we're just gonna try to try and work with this. Because, yeah, you know what, fuck it, we're gonna work with this. We're gonna work with this, and hopefully, we're just gonna, no, not of not capital O, you frick, of the, of the devil, first, frick, first play through. Yeah, of course I have everything ready. Two whatever. What is this? What is this? What is this? I don't care. Text for whatever. No spoilers, please. No. Spoilers. Please. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I'd probably, yeah. Okay, cool. Hello, page! Alright, so I think we got everything ready. Hopefully it looks good. And it does. Alright, cool. Perfect. Nice. Hopefully it stays that way. Alright. Everything looks nice. We are playing of the Devil. I'm told it's a puzzle game. And that's about it. Just tonight, where I'm from. Da 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 da. Cool, perfect. All right, so of the Devil. Let me adjust one or a few things. Like, oh, I don't know, the volume. I can't increase the volume. That's lovely. Can I? Probably not. Where is... Where... let's see. I can barely fucking hear this. Okay, cool. Display window, yes. Graphics ultra, graphics. Fuck it, let's keep the graphics at ultra. See how bad this game will run on my PC. Fuck it. Text skip mode, read only. Text real audio. I cannot turn these higher than this. Hopefully that doesn't kill me. Gameplay, display controls, automatic. Automatic. Testimony set on, tutorials on, now playing UI on. Invert Y-axis, nope. Not touching that at all. Accessibility, fonts, defaults. Color mode standard, time sensitive choices, default, phone opacity. Cool. Camera motion, high pitch, ambient effects, credit gain loss. Visual effects, glitch visual effects. Yes. Yes. Okay, what are socials? Follow us, Discord, Tumblr, Blue Sky, streaming! Streaming. Ah! Yes! Yes, alright. I see it. It took me to twitch.tv/directory/category/of the devil. Rightio then. And look, and I see myself on there. Alright. Cool. Let's fucking do this. This is of the devil. Or no, let's start that. If I'm turning this into a YouTube video, I might as well do it right, alright? God damn it. Howdy, folks. My name is NitroBird. Welcome to Of the Devil. We are... Should I turn this into a YouTube video? Fuck it. I don't know how this is gonna... I don't know how this is gonna go. I am currently playing Of the Devil, a indie game, I think. An indie visual novel game. A mystery game. I have no idea what this game is about. It's as confusing to me as it is probably going to be for a few of you. Yes. Anyway, this is going to be an entirely blind playthrough of this game. And that's about all I got. I have no idea what this game is about, so yes, I can tell you that at the beginning of the when I opened up the window, when I first booted up the game, the first thing that I saw before this screen here is the words, "This game is a work of fiction." And apparently, and that's the disclaimer. So far, so good. But anyway, I'm assuming this is the lady that we're going to be playing today. I'm totally alright with that. And no case. Episode 0. We have to... This is the demo. This is the demo. This is the demo. I forgot this was the demo. This is the demo. Of the devil. Oh, space. Rain sizzles off neon of fucking great start, Nitro. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambient. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. The city's got insomnia, which... The city's got insomnia, with the uneven heartache to prove it. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides a microdose of nightlife anxieties... Oh, fuck. God damn it. Redo! Click! Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail. Morgan, hello. Criminal attorney. Hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Whether it's incandescent, or neon, or hollow. Whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen. There's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce. Yes, I do know how to say that word. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you could get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left of the whole world, well, welcome if you got him. Not that there's much else I can do until... My phone? Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. I'll try. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. Of the Devil, Episode 0. And he shall appear. Disable tutorials, you can turn them back on in settings. Okay. Nope, enable. I don't know how to play this game. Precinct 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. Nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. Yes, no spoilers. Damn it. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. Gravitas is what I should have said. But whatever, if I'm that fix your English, NitroBird. Jesus Christ. But whatever, if I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. My phone was blocking the words. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. Gotta spend it to make it. If you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can poke around and shake some change loose. Okay. Halt! Heads up! Press the phone button or tap the phone icon at the top left to access the pause menu where you can save, load, or check settings. You can toggle on auto-advancing text with the auto button or check previous lines with the backlog button. Gross. Disgusting. Oh god damn. Ahem. Look around for points of interest you can check to investigate the area. You'll earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't go broke. Interesting. Well, let's look at everything. First things first, this big fucking cracked screen. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. You probably know the warranty on one of those things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken. At least it's not broken entirely. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive fucking goddamn. I have to press L now. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff. Probably know the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken entirely, even at this hour it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop cultural trivia you always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons too. 1 year of silver plan coverage, courtesy of Caduceus as a reward for any Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. What this? High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations, pragmatic brutalism, so textbook it could reach freshman level architecture. You can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalent of beetle scars. The civil planning equivalents of battle scars. Yes, of course I'm reading the text. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. Walking in here now with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. Ah. Can I move? Like, at all? Or I can just use my mouse. Fuck it. Natural police lineup. It's like natural police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing the lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. There's no room to sell about anymore. Now when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. Look at everything! And I can't just randomly click everywhere. I have to click specific things. A data pad? I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisement than an article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. A heads up! Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight on the world around you and credit towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you first read them. Choose the proper takeaway after reading, then and you'll earn additional bonus credit too. Subway fixes acts. Subway fixes act. City to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid superinfrastructure system. What that? Okay. That weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy, high above our city's streets. Reactions to the announcement can be characterized as blaze. It's been years since the subways last ran, and decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most consumers and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign's finance irregularities. As one of the Canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution. And with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators, for the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning routine. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in the infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels. But momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. What? Though one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme, in light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit the proposal package. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding of that set of fucking deal over. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time for reasons we do not fully understand. It appears you have 0 free articles raining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. Fucking what the okay. Baldy of them, putting the paywall there. As if I reached for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway is that the city will be focusing its efforts on the Canopy. I think. The Canopy? Or Subterra? Fuck. Hey, look! Articles! Okay, yeah. That was definitely my, that's alt, right? The Canopy. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the Canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines in the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment, not with Councilman Long's already thoroughly chums of the waters. Alright. I've taken all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. Hold. my ears! My ears are spreading like a moco! Oh. I wonder, can I show blood on Twitch? Probably not. Oh, but it feels so good. Yes, I'm doing this on camera. What are you going to do about it? Oh, there's no blood. It's tinted red. Orange or whatever color that is. Okay. Good lordy, I can't wait for my fucking package to come in Wednesday so I can get rid of these guys. Yes, I bought headphones with a microphone on it so I can actually move around while I'm doing this. Anyway, continuing on. It booted up fine. So far, so good. Good morning. Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great, please stand still for a moment. Wouldn't call intake hollows charming, more like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their text, so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? Yes, it is wireless. It is Bluetooth, I believe. I'm like 95% sure it's Bluetooth. Or at least I hope it's Bluetooth. It's definitely wireless. So far, so good, was it? Ooh. I scan my card or just scan my face? Nah, scan my card. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great. Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? Hey, this reminds me of those VR chat nightclubs that fucking ask you for your name and date of birth. Not that I go to those places. Ever. At all. Ah. My birthday's on the damn ID card. And my profile. I have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem. My birthday's... December 26th. Alright, cool. Perfect. December 26th. Wait. It's December 26th, right? I'm not. Yes, okay. December 26th. December 26th. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to Counseling Quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? I mean the interrogation room. I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. Can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection dully warps across gunmetal walls. Morgan, counselor, can I help you with anything else? Halt! Heads up! Choices that progress the story forward will cause other options to shrink away when selected. Oh no! There are consequences! Anyway. Choices that will take the conversation down side paths and choices that will take the conversation down side paths and before returning to this point will not. Because of the article you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional choice in this dialogue. Read and examine at every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of every conversation. Yes, game. So, what are you? What are you? I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Notebook. Blah, blah, blah. I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. Why the disrepair? I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is the police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? That'll be all. Thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so you could go on break if you'd like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan counselor. What were you doing before I walked in? What were you doing before I walked in? What were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to your right. Thank you. Ads don't get breaks and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. Eyes gone bad or something? A voice? No. voices coming from down the hall. Is there something else in the backlog, or did I just miss something? No, guess not. Uber to yours, probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. The building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Appreciate you worrying about me. God forbid I try to be serious. While the other rings with youthful indignation. Not like our job is important or anything. Definitely cop. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Why else would you bother to print all that out? Undocumented 100. The same on the data pad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. It makes them think you know better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. I wasn't gonna say that. So how many of those sheets were blank then? No red carpet tonight, officers? Oh. Sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep any extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the death candle intake anyway. Mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan, Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. Cassim London. And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farrah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? He certainly is. Ah! Sorry if you were kept waiting. Charter between the departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight will also be your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. He never struck me as more than just some old timer. But I suppose being an old timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Specially promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls. Plural. Must have been quite the question. Look around. Do you think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We're only tapped after circumstances at the scene and... yeah. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene and indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation? Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So you suspect that this client of mine is involved with some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put that in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm on to some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. They cover utilities at the rock you live. They cover utilities at the rock you live under. Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks. Their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net. Everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. Right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. But when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender? The killer part that... was the killer part that tipped you off? You must have at least heard about this You've at least heard about that fucking goddamn. You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it. Along with everyone else. One bullet, straight through the heart. All you left to lie where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catching this trumps originality. What you won't read about online is all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that, it's a whole different beast. It takes a certain kind of monster, a real freak. His pulse probably doesn't even rise. I see. I see. Sounds horrific. That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to mix 6 murders? Whoa, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim... Fucking Christ. HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. And we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer and tonight was just his latest crime? That's a serious Fucking Christ. That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. I take it you have some serious evidence to back it up. I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Oh. That's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. That lawyer talk for open and shut. But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files and the arts, of course. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's not all the same, could I ask you some questions while I've got you here? What kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detective? This kind of attorney, you're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. It's not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your clients do an interrogation all night for all I care. You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Well, let's fucking keep going, I guess. What's back there? Nothing? Read those 2 guys, inspect. Anything interesting? Observe. Nothing? Can I move at all? I guess not. Well, there we go. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be racist, yes. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mode of personalization. She's so new she hasn't had time to unpack, or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for a little me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper, I'll give him that. Latest mobile androids receive warm welcome. Bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the Anime 16, Noble Electronics stock rose a stunning 3% this week to a new record high. While Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors, an increased profit margin was left Noble's shareholders very enthused. Many investigators were skeptical when at their now infamous freaking hell. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. So-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. And while some critics voiced concerns that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers. Users that viewed their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records with no signs of slowing down. And many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line of success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable lifelike personal charm of their products. By all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy D's on D's. Lucy D's nuts. Anyway, on stage at their latest Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of this turning solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. Good lord. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still... Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can help keep you reading? Nope. He's in the news again. No wonder he can't spit without landing on a piece of noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. Don't know if they'll bite when it comes to war on androids, though. For government use, they're just... too expensive or too real? Yeah, too expensive. Too expensive. Too expensive. Too expensive. They're just too expensive to justify. Wait, what am I thinking? Let's say they ever had a problem with spending money on overpriced crap. Inflation. Yes, we're gonna go with that. And the normal kind of inflation, not the Wait, can I talk to you? Or you? Like at all? Okay, never mind. Loose wires, missing panels, and an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? There's a helium shortage. Yeah. I expected to find a lot of belt tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They got a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, but with our dear doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So Homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping ground for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. I've got a better idea of what I'm dealing with at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You've been granted access to state files regarding case KL433511. Reply C to confirm. Now reply C to confirm. Confirm. No, reply C to confirm. Need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I'm an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. C. It's case sensitive. For fuck's sake, I'm gonna kill all of you. C. Thank you. Link.uxi/433511. Alright, if I project from my phone. Interesting. Alright, let's see what the police have. And what they think is important. Well, there's the body, the gun, the big old broken glass thing. Interesting. Well, I guess look at everything. Fuck. Let's start with the big fucking body in the middle of the fucking crime scene. The victim's body. Cause of death: ballistic trauma, class 4 blood loss, atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart. In brief, death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter, forensics, and all of that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. The murder weapon, a revolver, found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. All they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. Can I look at anything else? You know, like, oh... I can't move around anything, so... There's that. Seems like the space got tossed aside at some point. And yet there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. A stand-up mirror, shattered and knocked over. No glass, no screens or cameras here. It's hit hard. Hard enough to come undetached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered, far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? Not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris? Flag as irrelevant after technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that the police highlighted. Did I miss anything? The hell is that? Coins? Something in the victim's hand? How the hell did... Just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and... Triprexazone? A synthetic glucocorticoid medication? Taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. Could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating, but the kicker is everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before. Excuse me. Gotta fucking die now. Gross. Alright. Not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get started. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Red! What couldn't wait until morning? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Well, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer. Sorry, not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. Did they do? Make me run laps? Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomach ache. Dead. Gotta be like... Using endangerment. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit. Sounds like you've already got a showing case. Try self-representing this time. What's up with the blow off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. But you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about? Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines, old-fashioned murder like Cardi B is like... Wait. It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up lost cause pro bono's work? It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concerned and nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. because today is Saturday. What's with the carp DM shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You got school in like 3 hours. Shit! Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I take it. Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me on a few details. La do 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 do. Delicious. Heartbreak. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crime a secret. Less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story. Yeah, top 7 theories on who hurt HK was a real lady read. Not just journalists though, all kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can you blame him though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with! Take a look around us, detective. National DNA registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rates at all-time highs. But you're gonna spout some alt-pol bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Good point. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. The pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, see someone charged, and that makes them predictable. Yeah, well, even if there's something standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. We can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the Ogden crime surveillance system. Is that even possible? I know that there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we have let him kill 6 people if we did? I understand your concern, ma'am, but Optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance system signing up to feed into the state security network. Not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools on our belt. It's not meant to be perfect, it's meant to help us solve crime. Or at least act as a deterrent. One hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city that... Fine. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. I just got logged out of Twitch. Damn it! Come on. Damn you. Come back to me. My lovely, lovely fucking Shirley. You're still up? Yes. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, doc. Anyway. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. Like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. The end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts. And the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. They'd have mentioned if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. File says he's modded for heavy math manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? HK's only ever struck at times and locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be coincidence. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed... Yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about DNA from the other crime scene? Is my client a match? There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scene. No footage and no forensics. Also no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting down a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon. Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. Scanners, cams, drones, forensics. No matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we haven't caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So, was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. We questioned some execs, a few CIs, someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting on some kind of psyche eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with. In other words, the only thing they could have, to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can just jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there'd at least be a few androids around. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly they're the biggest robotics corp there is. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Saves us money on shipping at least. Those talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids. Oh, fuck me. Oh, warm, ugh. Might as well call it the adult line. Might see him in the bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Yet? You really think that will happen? We already use ads for patrolling, securing the sting, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big of a stretch to me. You're joking, right? Android detectives? With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us? With your warm personality, I can't imagine. A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list. Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites, we already get all of our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. The union would. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. So, how about the basics? What exactly you have my client been charged with? Your client, Carl Baker Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already, they really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn. First degree, that's increasingly rare, to say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. They gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gone away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times, and that makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But not jobs like that are renowned for their ability to think ahead. What makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same field. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So this serial killer chose his victims at random? If they have nothing in common. Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than they all look like... Other than that they all look like cousins. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. All those features are exactly uncommon. Can it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lottery tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You really gotta try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I can take the hint. So you think what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first? Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits. Then you put the shoe on the... What Sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women. Or he's just too far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. Now, if that were the case, there would have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal. Execution shots, even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile, if you ask me. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. But we've managed, thanks to less biased sources. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So the interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 p.m. And what's this? Guess nothing. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arts, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. But things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. But the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrived on the street at 9:08 p.m., established a perimeter, entered through the open front door at 9:10 p.m., and then they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hands covered in her blood. At which point, moved to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand singular? Your client's modded cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with the Halo 85 Habilis industrial grade, looks like. Says he's suspected for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, not that. Just your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch on each time. Well, your eye must be pretty sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. You think a cop would ever cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing the first time we met. You what? But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work without it. Money got tight. So, arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repair? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. The client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else. The revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real kind. More specifically, a caliber M54, 6-chamber, 10mm. Caliber? How retro? You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags? How's that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data, timestamp, trigger pulls, safeties coded into owner biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antiques to commit these crimes? How else you'd think he'd gotten away with this 5 other times? If you try to buy a gun legit, you probably fail the very first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. So then M54, that model year 2054. 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. There'll be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets. The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old too. The novelty of this weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good. Archives department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks. Bullets fired from guns that are old are marked by the barrel shape. So if all 6 bullets have the same rifling marks, we know that they were all fired by the same gun. It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber, without even needing to reload. The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. An untagged gun, just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize then, you believe that my client fought verbally then physically with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved his weapon and shot her. Yeah, pretty much. How do you look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his effect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. That reaction may have lost him points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. But so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Thanks for the chat, detective. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes as you do, and the picture of paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. Well, that's unexpected? I'm sorry, you're now telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified? Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprint. There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you, it doesn't exactly make for light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough. I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact. Well, gonna spit on that? No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet. And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn till now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt he'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. Seriously though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off if you don't mind. Camera's off if you don't mind. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuff that is, stays on. That worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah, my armor's practically blinding. Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle. Counselor, one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show detective. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right? Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty. That much is true. It saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. "3:35 a.m., June 5th, 2086. Yo. It's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Carl's flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover. But this shouldn't take all night. What are you? Look, I already told you people. I'm not a cop. I'm not a cop, Carlos. For this thing from it. I'm a lawyer. You're a lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well, they said that too. All of them did. Back there, in here, kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said that they were going to help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed... Acting like they were on my side, and they thought that I could have... It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, we'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. Probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. So what do you want to know? Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a little more about you first, Carlos. Something like... What line of work are you in? I was city engineering. Or I was, or should be. As I thought the police must have convinced the amount of the optics blackouts using data you stole from work. My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. What do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work and that arm must be in custody at the moment. But based on his shoulder, it had to be pretty... I want to say you'll let all it to you to let Lulu where he works in city engineering, not desk job. Ray said he was modded for work and that arm must be in custody at the moment, but based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty... lifelike or utilitarian? Utilitarian, probably. Suspects box aesthetic. Heyo Industries, Mechanical, both an impressive combination of grip strength, dexterity, and a low cost of maintenance. The success of it and its sister products went a long way towards securing state contact for How Industries. think I understood it by context. I did not, apparently. Should I still you okay, utilitarian? Maybe? Probably? Oh yeah, utilitarian. Utility! Utilitarian, yeah, he doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of him. Oh yeah. Hey, dumbass! The young and the restless and the rich swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks. Or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out. Whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was the weight off his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye, just the water. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said, because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit canceled out. Me and every other modder is royally screwed. Didn't even let me keep the tax credit. The new Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended or repealed, but I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment. I worked at the tighter spaces, the high volt environment, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know. He's speaking freely now. I need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. With the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy? You must be... I need to go back to my stream. I can't say chat right now. I could see chat. I just have to adjust a little bit of... Damn it. Twitch. Damn you. Let me access you on mobile. Fuck. Damn it. I love the phrase shit canned. Yes, me too. Let me look at some things real quick as I do some ever so slight maintenance on the old... Can I adjust this at all? Nope. Nope, I cannot. Which means... Fuck! I can barely... Or no, I can just use this. I can take you, and then just shrink you a little bit so that I can see everything that you guys say. Okay, cool. Perfect! Now everything's skinnier and more condensed, and oh boy, I can't wait for this to go wrong. Alright, so. Under a lot of pressure. Strong, good with height, under a lot of pressure. Yeah, under a lot of pressure, I'll go with that. You must be under a lot of pressure, not that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight. This crap with Long. Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desktop on the chain became terrified of their own shadow. Sorry, that was the fucking gruff detective guy. I needed to be more younger and yeah. All of them convinced that internal affairs is going to come knocking if they replace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving. No room for engineering? Yeah. And no patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that. Rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection? Did the therapy not take? Not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Then, do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. Well, I see your problem. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving. Never thought I'd go on so long that I have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small. Trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix. The problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't. Doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no! I found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait time. As long as I'm rented and not owning. The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got two working arms again. Couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself, just in the meantime? I'd serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up white knuckle tight. Hindi? How Industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their hapless models. I took one step on site with uninsured tech. Forget the finest. I lose my own payment and my arm. I'd never do work in the city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that longs in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain will come and go, and the itches that'll kill. It's the itches that'll kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything. Arm shaped attached to me. Or arm shaped attached to me. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this? What they gave me is a dead weight, 3-jointed landfill bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits, it's compatible, technically. I can slot it in and it'll feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend and the quick twitch motor's way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead. You were wearing it when you were arrested? Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so can't have gotten too far. But Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this has all been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other? Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends, always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics, focused her studies in agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate. Practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her, unlike... It was a real ass job. Paid real ass money, too. Her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slums. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No. Carnegie Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Hardco's umbrella. That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no cooperation earns the mega prefix, about a little throat cutting, but Hardco is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like this seasons, no one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah, they loved having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes. Corporate politics getting rough? I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her. It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from the past to shift blame onto. With no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now, I'd like you to try to tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. Alright, Miss, Morgan. I'll try Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We have been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working. Haven't been making money. Haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. But more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. Reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m. 8? Yeah. Must have been when we started. We got into it and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. And I said one thing I really shouldn't have. I crossed the line and we both knew it, so I left. You left? Yeah, walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid. Thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was... Did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics? No. Kinda stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details straight. My head is... But if my exact route would help, that cam's probably... What? What is it? Optics is what? Can that even happen? And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you got no alibi. This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't. Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now, you said you left to clear your head. What made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. But it was loud. It scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first, but at some point I must have started running because when I got back I was so out of breath. When I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest and my lungs wouldn't... You live on the first floor, right? Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway, I saw her, but I didn't realize... I never thought that she was... The lights were off. The whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or... There was broken glass, furniture knocked over... And she was... I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw... the gun. The gun. It looked so heavy. But I thought it had to be a fake because I didn't want it to be real. That way you picked it up? What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it! Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies, bad lies especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. But it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Stay up to date on the details of all evidence by checking your phone. If your clients notice that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit. You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, and we know because of your prints. Right? I'm like 95% sure it's the prim. Revolver! Matching Carlos Baker, Flat's left hand with 99.91% certainty. Yep. Of your prints. It's the fact that your fingertips were on that gun. Oh, what? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just... Carlos. All I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun. But not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all you did was hold the gun... Stupid. I know what a gun looks like. But see it in my own home? Right in front of... You weren't sharp, Carlos. You still are. The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with my... Carlos, you have... Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trash when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight? Was his modded arm the right one? Yes, it was. It was this one right here. The one with the stump on it? Yeah. That was the modded arm. What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos told me, what else could they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene. Oh. It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so... Right. It's just that. It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Take your time. Alright, I think I've got it. That's how the police found things? Alright, that's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place. Alright. I'll take notes. Just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed. The cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry. That's all that stands out to me. I see. Like so? What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. It's just, I guess I just assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR. Well, I suppose that works too. Sorry, I didn't mean... I thought your drawing was pretty good, considering... I'd like to change the stuff now, Carlos. Alright. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? But because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note itself! Huh? Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper. Say things I don't mean to. So this morning I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them? That's... I broke her fidget tubbies. So I'm gonna go pee real quick. No, keep that. Give me like 10 seconds, I'm getting myself a drink and don't worry about me, I'm just getting myself a drink and getting myself a drink, that's all I'm doing. I think this is I think it's pretty full right here. I think that's enough. Guys, I had a chamomile tea at the ready when I started the stream, so I think it's complete and brewed now. So just take a moment to get this prepared. Go. Okay. Cool. Just one little moment or seven to prepare the old chamomile tea. So I can sleep a little bit better tonight. When I end stream, oh good. When I end stream, just for completeness, I had a lid here somewhere that would somewhere. Oh, there it is. Cool. Perfect. Nice. Awesome. Amazing. Cool. Cool. I think we're good. Yep. Delicious chamomile tea. Help me get sleep a little bit better tonight. Because fucking what? The fuck? Say that again. Her what? Her what? Her fidget tubbies. They're these collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be like tactile. Use them as paperweights or conversation starters. Conversation starters? She loves those little things. They're not worth a damn, but you can buy them at a flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. That's the only reason I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless. Okay, let's say he did break her fidgeted duckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down and write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway, couldn't even bother to sweep them up, I felt so. Alright, Carlos. Thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm going to call the police back in here and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it. Oh, okay. Although, before I do that, I do have to ask. What did you know about the Heartbreak Killer? Her heartbreak? Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everybody's on edge. I like that out there. He shoots people through the heart, right? The police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that doesn't mean anything, does it? If he's this slow on the uptake, he's gonna be real shocked when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and as definitively as possible. 4:04 p.m., June 5th, 2086. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke whenever I want. For a fee. Ah! I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right, I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. Yes, boobs! Anyway. That's not what I was looking at. That's not what I was looking at, though. I was looking at the exorbitant fine for smoking in a public area. No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh. And, what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? No, man. I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Oh, I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Won't touch the stuff. I meant more like playing cards. Oh, well then, know that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. It fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker is nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so, you have a good poker face? I like to think so. And are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker, and the state's the dealer? If only. No, the state's more like the house. You mean like the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there and we're down here. That's why they're the house. So what do? We play the cards we're dealt as best we can, win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. Well, that's the strategy. What's up? You know there's this thing about gamblers with strategies. Yo! Ready to confess yet? Cause I already woke up the DA. Already? She must be new. The district attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials. And they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then you'll have to call them back. Because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right! What she said. You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. His written confession. Let's start there. Okay, we'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts. What's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint by numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night. And now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for... Analyze the facts as they're laid out, and then review the responses in your hand. Select the card that best answers the argument, and place it into the slot on the right. You can mouse over your opponent's portrait for a reminder on what key point you're answering. Debris. Revolver. Yeah, the debris. Debris. Do I want to do? Yeah, debris. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? I found myself asking that exact same question. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? This diagram of the room, it's created from data you captured, right? Here, non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data, yeah. What's not GMO? Not much these days. Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's a scene of a murder. Full of busted shit for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found in the western side of the room. The hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Oh, because that vase wasn't damaged. It's not possible for that debris to have come from the vase because that vase is still pristine. How is that possible? Game. The lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it, one time I tried and thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? What does it even matter? If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of Fiji Bob Vegetubbies! What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident. And this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously. As much as I wish we weren't, we're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trash, and the arcs clearly shows. As the arcs clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle too. You're really gonna claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that. And there's proof. Stiff and unyieldy, dusty fidget toy slayer in police custody. Found in Flat's room in shaky handwriting expresses a lot of guilt. They broke during the shooting. I think it was the rental. I think it's the rental I'm looking for. I think it might be the rental. Unless I'm wrong! In which case... Ah! Dude, am I not live? I know I'm still live. I'm probably just lost. Fuck! I'm just noticing this now. God damn it. What the fuck? Hold it. Holding. Look at this. I'm gonna close Twitch real quick. App info. Or stop. Open. And hopefully, maybe, probably. You know what? Oh, hold on. Wait. Hold everything. I'm betting I'm still alive. Here we go. Oh, damn it! Yeah, hold on. So yes, I am. Hold. Calm down. Damn it. All right. Okay. Cool. Cool. Good lordy, I am lagging like a mother. Okay. Cool. Okay, I haven't seen a glitch yet. No. All right. Cool. I'm going to my creator dashboard now, so that I can be assured of. Yes, manage stream, please. Thank you. Oh my god. Alright. Cool. Everything seems okay. My bitrate is absolutely shit right now. Yeah, I don't know. The music hasn't changed yet. Now I get to do this, and then go back to here, and then now we're here. Okay, cool. What are I doing? They broke during the shooting. I am 95% sure that the rental is going to be the thing. I just want to make sure that the evidence points. Last rental! Record show costs for that. Provided the small wall is. Yes! Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just noticing my encoding is being overloaded, which is why my stream looks like absolute dog doo-doo. I'm guessing we're good now. Alright, so Stephen Unyieldy, a dusty fidget tubby slayer in police custody. This guy. Just take a look at this. No! You fuck! No! The guy you're saying he pistol whipped those four little guys? That's not exactly what I meant to imply. Focus! I need to show exactly. Yes! Dumbass! Rental! There we go. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your text found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm while he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed because even the cheap arms got an operating system that logged the last time it was worn, right? Oh fuck! Because even the cheap arms got an operating system that logged the last time it was worn, right? Right. See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report that that rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? Gone pretty late, sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded? setting aside Detective Reyes' surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles, you're correct, they held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, it's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos is right-handed. Because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why that note looks like Asylum Whale scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it could be good practice. Taking that into account alongside the ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is... What, you gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears it extra small? She's trying to bait me in her typical low-key fashion. As the arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. She must have something that's been playing into it. Something you like to ask me, detective? I'm just curious, what'll be next? You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? No. Yeah, it won't let me raise anyway. Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah, sure, there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention. You sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention? Yeah, no evil twin. No, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime. Proven innocence, I'll need to get there eventually. We're going there now without hard evidence. Can't prove a third party. I have no evidence of a third person at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene, which was not smart. Hey! But not illegal either. And that's all. He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. You have those old clothes on hand, by the way? Lab finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Things are bullshit in here anyway. Here I thought the room smelled like... Morgan. What are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. Doesn't that, like, make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent. And that means having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really? Not really? Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck, or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was that? What was it that reminded me of? Alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket, fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? You gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce? Nope. That would be silly. She actually thought it over. What the hell's your point? Hey. Sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. Why? Why? The coat the suspect was wearing when taken into custody. Back from analysis. Blood on the sleeve matches that of the victim with 99.989% certainty. No other details of any forensic significance found. Interesting. She's just proving you're innocent. My client was arrested wearing this coat, who had been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart. By a gun that happens to be an old world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be the key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can. What you can smell on the coat with your nose. What you can feel on the coat with your hands. What you can see on the coat with your eyes. There's something funny hold on. Can I look at the backlog real quick? I mean, you can see with your eyes, probably. Is it the fact that, found shot through the heart in the bottom of the apartment she shares with Brian Sexton. Autopsy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, I fucking we're using all old world technology, I'm sure. So, wait, hold on. Wait. The fucking gun. The fucking gun, dude. The fucking gun. Where's the evidence? Where evidence? Where evidence? Hold on. Wait. It's the fucking gun, isn't it? It's the fucking revolver. Bear's fingerprints matching Carlos Baker Fest with K. Rifling marks match the bullet K. Rifling match marks the bullets from previous heartbreak killings. No matches to the far back as 2051. This is an old world gun. Assuming we're talking like new world technology, I'm believing, I think, the smell of the jacket would have to have some sort of like burnt fucking carbon smell that smells like fucking burning gunpowder, damn it! Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of cigarettes. That's what I've been smelling. Oh, that too. Yes, Detective London. I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket. If you would. Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder. I knew it! What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder is weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring, and when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell is she talking about, London? Modern firearms like the ones we carry use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound wave. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise, and they don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue? You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one, it leaves gunpowder on the skin whoever fired it for days. So, then his coat. If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab report. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it. Well, whatever. That just means we washed off after shooting her, or he changed his clothes. That's not impossible. But it would be pretty pointless. His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would you really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In the light of those details, I'd like to formally request that you would consider the charges Mr. Flatt is facing as soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them, but that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So it looks like he never actually fired the gun. I'll admit, things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did she get a message? Wait, did I actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting. And right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Wanna bet? Photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She got something from the scrubbers. I'll stay. I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Sure, there was. But this isn't from optics. I think I held my tongue. As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network. Which means... Party's over, counselor. Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well. Okay, the quality is lacking. Yet there it is. They managed to find a quartering needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, with the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. Could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... Well, it's a little bit blurry. Don't look at me, I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone. Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. Well, if their phone was on, its camera would be on. And so he managed to get this shot through a window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoomed in and blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge. Yeah, you're probably right, we couldn't. I think I know a DA that could. Either way, it doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo. What the hell is happening to me? Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know had their left hand fingerprints all over that gun? Oh shit. You're referring to my client? You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left. Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you're going, you somehow end up dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't. All of which is to say, before a judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. That photo shows the left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent, that photo is real. Both are true, and that means that photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at a loss for words, never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly? Exactly! Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we DNon the phone's owner and ask them where... Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tells us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window. From the north? If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the... It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. Interesting. Did I get any more details? Bird's eye view of the crime scene as discovered by the police captured within their ARC system. Shows the northern window facing the southern hallway. Yeah! Where the shooter stood. Shows the western window facing the eastern hall. What are we implying here? That we can see the clock, right? If I remember correctly, the clock stood like somewhere over here, and for some reason there's a clock right here. Yeah. There's a clock right here. So... Car's flash test mirrors was upright, that clock was on the wall. The chair got knocked over, the bed got tossed, the cushions... Are we implying that the clock was on the wall? Yeah. So... That clock was on the wall. She got knocked over, the bed got tossed, the cushion in the store. What are we implying here? So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I should seize the opportunity to start turning the tide. Yes. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. The photo has to be taken from the west. This photo has to be taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. I'm gonna press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. The officer's ARCS data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown the exact moment of the shooting. And you now raise the ante on a hand up to the current max. Answer wrong and you'll lose more credit, but answer correctly and you can bank up more credit for trickier hands down the line. And altogether, that tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider the statement. This one. Just take a look at the clock in that photo. The clock? What about it? I'm doing alright so far. I might have fucked up once, but everything is nice. The clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. The time of death... No, I don't think the time of death was wrong. Time of death was 9 p.m., which is consistent with the clock on the wall. So... Wait, no, that clock reads 9 p.m., same as the autopsy in the neighbor's report. I didn't lose anything by keeping my mouth shut while London's train of thought ran, of course. I could have gained momentum by beating him into the punch. Fuck! I'm gonna goddamn now. What the hell are you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., the time of the shooting. Now what's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but... Do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. What the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. It's very distinct. If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the art? Show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info, doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Flip my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must be looking through the western windows to see it. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m. The same time that photo was taken of the shooter. But you want to claim that that clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting? You've got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. No. The shards. Ah, get fucked! Whoopsies! Someone got banned. Oh well. Best viewers, streamboo.com, remove the space. Oh, how lovely. Wait, that didn't get like, oh, hold on, wait, that didn't get like added to the, hold on, now I need to know, now I need to know. Nope. That's funny. Right, so, glass from the, yeah, because this fell onto the victim. I'm like, yeah. Right, what was that? Is this what we're going for? I think this is what we're going for. The room is trashed before the shooting. No. Am I thinking of the vase or the glass? An unremarkable ceramic vase found knocked over at the crime scene, weighty and sturdy, and remains featureless even after being tossed. Thinking maybe the glass. Let me look at the glass real quick. Pieces of glass from a broken standing mirror found at the crime scene. Said mirror was a low-tech finishing with no digital components to pull data from. Hit with enough force to scatter shards of glass onto the victim's body. It was done out. Wait. The room was trashed before the shooting. No, the room was trashed after the shooting, and the glass proves it. There we go. Glass shards? What about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. And not under it? Or not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense! Why would anyone trash the room afterward? Good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of the struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems that there has been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards, he still shot her. And we have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocent. Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult, and maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger, because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't! The glass shards prove the room was pristine at the time of the shooting, and we know that And we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall. Which means that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit, that's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that we used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You've played your cards too early, and now I can seal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And that this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What we're seeing is... That's the left-handed shooter. Are we saying that was the mirror that we're looking at? Yo, what's up, Peach? There's no way. Yeah, it's 2:30 where I'm at right now. But I think I might be finished with this case here in due time if I can. Are we saying? Are you saying that is the mirror? Yeah. I'll tell you how it ends, probably next stream. Probably next stream, I'm not sure. We're not gonna say Elizabeth. This is photo of the shooter. No, it is. Really? It might. I'm not sure. Can it be the victim's stand-up mirror? All right. No, alright, night. It's gotta be. No. Uh-huh. Lower base. Miss, but that's and then it's wall. Things in the reality. But 5 weeks ago, first, we're going to do user report sensitivity issue. I know. Yeah, they have to be pointing us to the fucking mirror. This is a photo of the shooter. Are we saying that this is... Are we saying mirror? I think we're saying mirror. This like fell over. I'm gonna say mirror for now. I'm not entirely sure what it's gonna lead to. What is that? Are you trying to glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure, they came from a standing mirror. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. But then, that would mean, at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered. Because it just proves that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk costs have got its teeth in her now, flying up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. The cold sweat, hot palms kind of fear, the impotent irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. Unlucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. And allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In a summary... Holy shit, we're gonna do the thing! We're gonna do the thing! My client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, you received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is possible. It's getting late. Time to bear my thing a bit. That's the best you got? Even a bare bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it to a clinic, which should have left a record on his shoulder as OS, a record you won't find. And he'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SLP at the scene of a violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it minimum. So where Detective Reyes said he manages to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest. Oh fuck! Here we go! Well... Any objections? Detective? Oh shit! Oh shit! God damn it! Show me your hand flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now I gotta go call the DA and tell her I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger, and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah. That's kind of you say, detective. But my work has its own reward. Sure. I feel exactly the same, counselor. Well, what happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats, you get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? But what am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? Like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. What am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself. To try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Prowess, but it's my job to... No, I mean, thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all. I'm going to fucking bed. I'm going to fucking bed! What? I'm about to buy the fuck out of this game. No. No. You're telling me that the Heartbreak Killer is fucking me? The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find. Hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom. Only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with singular universal meaning. Vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite V end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. 8:59 p.m. June 4th, 2086. Bullet number 66. The gun's empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Whatever! Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash. The cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark in here. Must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey! Did you hear that? Those old pieces are so goddamn loud. And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. I didn't see anything I could use as even a partial suppressor on the way in. Can they really not afford some throw pillows? I use the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces and small spheres of blind opportunities that the city's eyes can spheres. Cramped places, usually full of trash. But this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except there's shit on the floor. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5% crime scenes, each of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit on the floor ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it, probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it'll be consistent. This is also stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was that satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? No miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business. All the threads and breakdowns of the goddamn theory crafting. And all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I feel insulted by the label, but no, there's someone else's name. That's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. They got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. Now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. Here's Wadey tonight. Thick, energized. A heavy foreshower with summer rain I can feel on every hair. That's why she's fucking smoking. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I never felt guilty about any. Never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. 5:01 a.m. June 5th, 2086. Sorry, using my left is still. That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. I took a senior home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer and enough depth that he'd need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes, more headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case was this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up the smoke inside of an interrogation room just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously, everything turned out okay. Everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house. That's just about it. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. Funny. I didn't even know her name. Oh, you cheeky bitch! Something the matter? No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. When she died... Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but... I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. That she must have died hating me. Ever use this pill organizer? A common brand of pill organizer found in the victim's grass contains a number of prescription and over-the-counter medications, including immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and triptychs, prescribed to reduce moderate to severe discomfort arising from mod sensitivity complications. The case's clasps are surprisingly difficult to open. You know what? Yeah. To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. What is it? Something I noticed in the ARC data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. But maybe you can make sense of it. What is the... Where did you find that? That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had a grasp in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Like it contained triptychs, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets and they're tricky class too for a pill organizer. It'd be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel happy, angry, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medication for the week. My eyes, anyway. "5:01 a.m., June 5th, 2086. Long night. That was just too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever see him again. Whatever stepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites the downfall. Why did I even bother? Oh yeah? Oh yeah, game? We doing this? We doing this game? Okay. It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I just need to show more restraint next time. So there won't be a next time for Heartbreak. The gun's in custody. There's no more bullets left. There won't be a 7th victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next demo. And no one will ever found you! District Attorney Rockford? Oh, District Attorney Rockford. Why are you creepy? Sorry, can I try that again? No, you can't. I'm so fried. By all means. Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night. You're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do white noise, aromatherapy, whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God. I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rock. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkept appearance, she is probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read. Should I buy any mattress? What they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Well, what have they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you. Me? Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case. Well then, you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me. No? Why would I be worried about going up against you? It's always the unintended bars with her. So you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl, Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial. Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. Hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So, Reyes told you they had HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here? Haha, hardly. Haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. When I heard about the case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all. Oh? I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer? The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks? She's not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon. I can answer that any number of ways. It could have been Flat. This is interesting. This is like a multiple choice. This is like a multiple choice thing, isn't it? We have We have... I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer? The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks? Not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon. I can answer that any number of ways. What am I trying to do here? We have the rental. We have the photo. We have Flat's code. What am I trying to do? Am I trying to get her off my trail? What do I want to do here? Because I'm thinking I'm trying to get her off my trail, but am I trying to do the right answer or the wrong answer? I could say Flat code, but that may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. What's going on here? Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded with documented sensitivity issues, so I was gonna be fucking wrong anyway, right? Never could have made shots that clean. Now without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles. What? I'm probably too heavy to not leave imprint. She got all that from a glance? But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here. Of course. Worst part is she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative. So not the type to ball things up. He didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, the... Oh, right, sorry, you're probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much you need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera. Or before they even leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. I think I'm getting the hang of it. Heartbreaks MO. Well, at least his heartbreak maniac will slow down now he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it, he chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I found. Other victims that fit the description? No, but I'm not really focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, those 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people. That's true. Hell, they kind of look like me. Do they? Sure. You don't see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You got something to catch your mind? Just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untacked bullets. 6 kills, guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mod they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun, it's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip up, a mistake. Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary. I don't follow. This was the last bullet. Their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. You make them sound like a child. Childish. and cowardly, and two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Your profile tell you all that? No. That part's just... takes one to know one. So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique. The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points to the passion, rage. Stabbing, overkill, points to the passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, poor criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories. But detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent, almost perfect, highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated, but all of her playfully lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. But I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor, I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely. And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK could have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years. Oh? Antisocial, independent, despises authority. He'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. He'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I put it. There must be some connection to the police though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? I do not, and I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK's not a cop, how do they know about the blackout timing? Crime meta statistics analysis, probably. Pardon. Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out. Look for brief spikes and delays. Try out the dips and... sorry, technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, and a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type. In a city with an 8-digit population? Well, good luck! I don't need luck, I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city will be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan, I mean I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way to net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. Fair enough. Whoop. Oof. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep more, or sleep less, but harder. Do you think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Oh, don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first into the table, I won't even take a picture. If you fall asleep face first into the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. Episode 0. Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on. It'll be fun. Really? Really. Educational, too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Well, then! Looks like... Wow, okay. Okay, so this game has taken an interesting turn. Art and art direction by Evil Little Bug. Programming by Patrick MCF. 3D modeling by... They're 3D modeling? The fuck? What? AA Renders. Environments by Patrick MCF. AA Renders. Written, directed, developed by Brian Mulholland. Volunteer playtesting by Kristen, QJ, Maxi, Sadie Virtuous Varmint, S. Thumbbutt, Thomas Collivander, Wee Zenons. Special thanks to Adrienne at Alterlinks, Anna, Killjoy VT, Mado, Man-Monks. Special thanks to Dev Talk, Philly Game Mechanics, our friends and family, you the players, full attributions available at nthcircle.studio. Made with Unity. Nanny Novel. Ween. Pro Builder, Shapes, a game by Nth Circle, Of the Devil, Episode 0, and He Shall Appear. To be continued in. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cool to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything. That wasn't already compromised. If I work hard in the company, you'll have you set for life. And after too. This reminds me of somebody. Can't you tell how many musicians have been screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus? So that's just a lawyer job thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends too? Compared to the determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. But it's a million times more likely than the alternative. That heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said that you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Of the Devil, Episode 1. An idle mind. Holy shit. So is it gonna kick me back to the title screen? It's gonna kick me back to the title screen. Can I continue? There's no way I can continue, can I? Can I continue? Do I want to continue? I might continue. You know what? No. It is 3:16. It is 3:17 where I'm at right now. I'm done streaming, okay? So, what is this? Episode 0 result. Oh! A result screen. 2 articles. 6 out of 6 profiles. 18 out of 18 key terms. 16 of 16 pieces of evidence. 26 total credit earned. Congratulations! You finished episode 0 with 26 credit. You've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode 0. You also have a total of 26 remaining store credit to spend on phone chimes and case colors based on the highest credit with which you finished this episode. Wow! I have to purchase episode 1. Pause. $9.99. Man, honestly, truthfully, this is going to be on my wish list. Yeah, I'm putting this on my wish list because, like, what? Fucking yes. I don't want any spoilers. Damn it. So, episode 1 and episode 2. A 5 episodic murder myth. Wow. Alright, I've played episode 1. No, I played episode 0. I played the fucking prologue. I am already interested in everything that this game has to offer. And hopefully you guys are too, because holy cannoli, that's fucking insane, dude. Wow. That was fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. I am very tired, so I guess go back to the main menu. What's the episode 1? Yeah, this was an amazing. That was fucking amazing. That was awesome. That was amazing. That was everything I expected it to be. And yeah, I'm probably 100% going to buy the rest of this game, but only once it like fully comes out, maybe. But holy cannoli, I am putting that. I put this on my wish list completely now. I cannot wait for the rest of the episodes to come out. Oh god, this is like a full fucking game. Like holy cannoli. So honestly, can't wait. Dude, can't wait. This is going to be the best freaking thing ever. I'm going to like buy the rest of the episodes once they're done with development on the entire thing. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed that stream. I'm tired. I need to go to bed. I have work in 4 hours. And yeah, that is of the Devil episode 0. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this this entire stream, because I fucking yes, yes, that was amazing. Fucking 10 out of 10 game. Can't wait to fucking watch. Can't wait to do this again. Alright, I cannot wait to do this again. Hold on. Like 10 out of 10 games. Yes, everything about it. Fucking yes, everything. Yes, I'm going to play the rest of this game. Just not any time this month. I'm going to wait for the rest of the series, for the rest of the 5 episode series to come. I'm waiting for the rest of the 5 episode series to come out before I do anything else. Like it, fucking, this was. I'm gonna recommend this game to a lot of people. And I love it. It fucking reminds me of Ace Attorney and Danganronpa and those, like, this murder mystery series. Fucking yes, like that first plot twist. I can't wait for the rest of the series to come out. Yes. Can't wait. Alright, that's been the Nitro stream. Hopefully you guys enjoyed everything. I will probably send like any people here to the next stream, because who else is playing? Wait, hold on. Now I need to figure out who else is playing. Flash, Rita, Brown, Lisa, thank you. Rita, no, wait, hold on. Let's go here. Finally, Twitch decides that it will let me use my mobile app. Browse, search. Oh, the devil. Alright, cool. Perfect, amazing, awesome, hopefully. Nope. There's only one on the channel playing of the devil, and they're on a separate episode, and I'm not sure whether or not you spoiled on that. So, I'm just gonna talk to him. That's going to be the entirety of the Nitro stream. I thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. Hopefully, no, I will see you guys tomorrow, Monday, for Rolling Rascal. We're about to play a separate game, probably a separate demo. Hopefully, that's maybe like I'm saving this. I'm saving this. I will see you guys tomorrow, 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Oh, the Devil was fucking amazing. I can't wait to play this again. That's going in there. Tomorrow, 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Roll on Rascal. Hopefully, maybe, probably. More demos to come of potential stream games. So I will see you guys in the next one. My name is NitroBird. Can I just like